Development log. So we are on a deadline. I promised that I would get a build to the testers by the end of today. It's been a pretty busy weekend in other areas, but I'm still gonna do what I said I was gonna do and get it done. It all took a little longer than I thought for the first part, but I don't know. I don't think the second part is gonna take as long. I really don't. And I will add that it does take longer to go back and change something you've already done than it does to like make it for the first time. Because when you go back and change something you already did, you kind of have to like it like breaks something, and then you got to change a bunch of other things to make it work. If it's the first time, then it's usually pretty fast. And that's kind of what the problem I have with the main game is that I've kind of developed it over the course of a few years. So if I have to go back and change something in the beginning of it, it like cascades through, and there's like so many things I have to change. So that's why I kind of like when this game being new, I can get it done faster because I'm doing it right the first time usually. But yeah, the music is still going. I'm kind of talking while but let me check the mic. Because the mic always goes down, like, whatever program decides, whatever program decides what the mic level should be, you know, it's always dead wrong. It seems like every single program that adjusts the mic levels for me turns the mic down to like 10%, and it's just like, come on guys, like, and even if, I wish there was a setting that was like, don't let any app change this microphone level, because it's like, I know what the level should be at, and I set it to that, and then these programs just are like, oh yeah, we've decided that we're gonna make you twice as quiet, like, just straight up, that's what we're gonna do. And, you know, it didn't do that on XP. Windows XP, it was like, you set it to that, and it stayed that. But now, they just decide what's good and what's not, and then it actually isn't. And so, like, this happens a lot in, like, Zoom meetings and stuff, where somebody's microphone goes into, like, full echo mode, or it goes super quiet or super loud, and it's just like, I just like to be able to set it and then forget it, and know that every time I open something, it's at the right volume. But whatever. So now we're at the part where you're in the asteroid with the ship, and this part's fine. This part's just done. So I need to actually, I have to load the previous file though and fight the boss battle. Oh, but I do recall the boss battle being a little too easy. So I think I want to make the ESA boss, senior officer. I think I want to make him a little bit stronger. We'll give him 300% HP. And by the way, like, that's so in a game with no levels, that's kind of how I do it, by percentages. So like, so when I say HP 300%, it means like your whole party has a certain HP as an average, and then I just say that the boss is 300% of your average HP. That's what this does. So so I just make it so like if I want to make an enemy harder, I say, well, their attack is 125% of what your attack is, and their agility is 125% of what your agility is. and their defense is 150% of what your defense is, and then you go from there. In most games, though, they do levels where, like, at level 1, you have these numbers as your stats. At level 2, you have these numbers as your stats. Now, there's downsides to the way that I do it, but it's just easier. Like, if you have, like, let's say you have, like, a player that's, like, super, like, loves to grind, and they're just leveling up like crazy and just beefing out their stats. Well, it doesn't matter because the enemy is going to be 300% more HP than you and 125% more attack. I'm not a grinder. I'm not. I hate grinding. Like, if I'm playing an RPG, I hate going into the dungeon and just fighting to, like, gain levels. I hate it. I'm always trying to, like, get to the next part. But yes, I do have to fight somebody in order to gain enough strength to finish the next part. But, like, I don't like that aspect, the grinding. So in my game, I kind of discourage grinding because the more you grind, the stronger they get. The stronger the enemy gets. So if you are grinding a lot, and it just gets harder for you. And if you don't grind at all, you can still do it. It's just about using the right strategy. Like, if you use the right items and the right skills at the right time, it's actually pretty easy. But if you don't, then you die. Yep. The way. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, when you're talking about the Star Shift, playing it when you see your strengths and weaknesses as your classes. So these are classes, right? These are like that's what it's called, and so the different alien races are like your main class. So like Terran, K-Knight, Krill, Cyborg. But you'll notice that by default, all of the levels are like the same. Like the aspect of their skills is the same. Like the levels of defense, offense, and agility are the same. But again, I use those percentages. So like, let's say that you're a cat, like it's the cat person, Felite. I do it like this. So you pick your race, and that race has certain pluses and minuses. So, for example, if you pick the cat person, their defense is 90% instead of 100%, but their agility is 110% versus 100%. And so, so if you pick the cat person, you're faster, but you have shittier defense. And then let's say you pick, and then I have a subclass, which is just a secondary class on top of that, layered on top of that, and that's what you're picking when you pick combatant, freelancer, medic, researcher. So like, let's say you pick a cat person because the cat is fast, okay, but a little bit less defense. And then let's say you pick freelancer, a cat person who's a freelancer. Well, if you go to freelancer, you'll see that agility is 110%, but everything else is 90. So if you are a cat person with 90% defense, and then you become a freelancer, you have 90% of the already reduced 90%. So 90% of 90%. So your defense will go down even further, but your agility will go up. So you'd end up with a person that might get killed in one hit by an enemy, but you get 2 turns before the enemy even gets a turn. So the game is all about strategy and stacking your attributes. And for example, if you pick a cyborg, Markarasica, you picked cyborg female, right? So the advantage of the cyborg is that you can have more implants. So I don't know if the build you're playing has that yet, but I made it so that cyborgs can have 3 implants. Like they can have 3 implants, whereas normal races can only have 1 implant. I also made it so that the healing items for both androids and organic work on the cyborg person, but they are 75% for each. So a healing item will only heal you 75% of normal, but you can use the items from both synthetic and organic. But yeah, all of these have different... it's all about stacking, and then when you learn your skills through your skill tree, you're stacking further. And when you equip different equipment, you're stacking further. There have already been people that played my game better than me, and they stack in a way that they're like, oh yeah, the enemy does 0 damage to me. And I'm like, fuck. But I'll figure that out, and I'll stop it when I find out about it. That's what the good thing about testing is. But yeah, some people play my game better than I do, and they exploit that mechanic. So we'll get these guys killed. Probably a grenade will take these guys out. Those snooper drones are supposed to be like super weak, but like fast. That's basically... They're meant to be like little spy drones, but not like anything too crazy. And see how Catboy is number 1. Because he's faster and he's a freelancer, he always gets to go first because his speed is just off the charts. And then I'm gonna have him do cat-like reflexes, which is a skill that's unique to the cat race, which makes him even faster. So he'll almost get like 2 turns versus somebody's 1 turn. But he's weak, like he'll take a lot of damage. And see, Archibald, or whatever that dude's name is, just goes right for Catboy. So it's not like fast is always better, it has downsides too. Yep, feline acrobatics. But feline acrobatics is a passive skill. It just gives him more speed and evasion. Like it's not like a skill you use. It's just increases the stats further. Because there's skills that you don't actually have to use, but they increase your HP by 10% or whatever, called passive skills. Or you can learn active skills, which are actually like an attack of some kind. Tough, but it can be won. And again, like, don't worry if you get killed, because the battles are meant to be like very very tense. It looks hard, but it's not as hard as you think. But you're gonna find out quick whether you die or not. find out quick. They hit hard, but you hit hard. Where's the... Well, it's the programming for that. Let me kind of explain that. And as soon as I finish this battle, I can show you a little bit. There is a... By default, RPG Maker doesn't actually let you do that as far as like skills, but I was able to get it to work, and there's a plugin that lets you do that. So in RPG Maker and in other game engines, it works the same, where there's stuff that's built into the engine, and then there's stuff that that's built into the engine, and then there's plugins. So plugins are extra pieces of code that other people made, and that you can add to it that are not in the engine. And so I have 180 of those in my game, and one of those plugins is called Hidden States. So a state is like when you are so when you have states, those are like poison, blind, silence, confusion, sleep, and things happen based on that state. But what if you want a state that gives you something, but you don't want it to be a state, you just want it to be there, but you don't want it to show up in battle that you have like 14 states going on? Well, you make it a hidden state, meaning that it's a state that increases your HP by 10%, but it's hidden, so the player doesn't see that. It doesn't see the state in battle or anything. So that's how I do my passive skills. That's not like when you have a passive skill that increases your HP by 10%. It's a hidden state. So it's like these status effects, like being poisoned or whatever, but it's under the hood and you don't see it, but all you know is that your defense goes up by 125%. And it's a plugin that does that. Don't shoot, we surrender. Okay, now I gotta remember to save when I'm the captain. "37 are dead." Asteroid. Save as the captain. Let's see what's up. Captain, you're here. I wanted to wait for your arrival before questioning the prisoners. Understood, Lieutenant. Let's get to it. Let's start with some easy questions. Who are you? What organization do you work for? I am Lieutenant Reginald Archibald. I work for the ESA Navy. ESA? What's that? You mean to tell me you're avian and you don't even know what the ESA is? You must be living under a rock. Answer my question. The ESA is the Earth Systems Alliance. We control over 50 star systems. Heard of it? That's impossible. Okay, you've got my attention now. Who do you work for? We work for the Terran Republic. Navy. The ship is built on Earth. I was hatched on Earth. There's no way what you're saying is true. Lieutenant Archer, we can talk about this later. Go on. Please continue the interrogation. Yes, Captain. Why were you attacking our ship? What was your objective? The chip, of course. The chip. The crystal. You still don't know what it does? On your own ship, no less. No wonder you're so confused. What does it do? I think I'm done answering any more questions from you. Information on the chip is classified. We need to get the chip back to Director Ra, otherwise the damage will be irreversible. We're not handing it over. Captain, what is this about? The quantum chip has unique properties. It protects against temporal distortions. It also has unknown functionality I was not briefed on. The ship was a prototype. Something has changed. I don't know the cause. Changed? What are you talking about? Somehow the original sequence of events has been changed, our timeline. We must have been shielded from the effects. There must be a way to undo the damage. There must be a way to return home. There's no way that's going to happen. It's too late. We must preserve the current state of the space-time continuum. We can't let the device fall into the hands of Novus Federation. They are already far too powerful. Shut up, you fool. Don't give them any unnecessary information. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm done with this interrogation. They found us, sir. You better get up here right away. What are we dealing with? They found us, but it's only one of the ships. They must have split up their search. Good, that means we have a chance. Bring the tactical interface online. From the size and configuration, it seems to be a frigate. We should be able to take them out. Engage the enemy. Target them from behind. Their engines are where they're most vulnerable. Basically, the basic strategy, without knowing anything else about these tactical battles, is that you do twice as much damage if you hit them from behind as if you hit them from the front. So basically get behind them and shoot them in the ass. And that's just a basic strategy that will make it much easier for you. And you do 150 damage from 150% damage from the side. But since I'm hitting from the front, it does very little damage. See, like if he hits me from the front and I hit him from the front, he does more damage than me. But if I get behind him and shoot him in the ass, I do double the damage I normally do. And then I get over here so that he can't get behind me. I mean, if you get the pattern, it's pretty easy. And, you know, RPGs in general are not usually difficult, or not usually too difficult. They tend to usually be, on the average, easier. My game, I think, is a little harder than most, but it's still not that hard if you know what the pattern is. Question the prisoners, they mentioned their enemy, an organization called Novus Federation. I think our best chance of survival is to seek out this organization. Perhaps they can provide protection. Scan the remains of the enemy frigate. Is there any part of their data core that's still intact? Scanning now. The ship's data core is still intact. Download any useful information you can. Yeah, the controls are pretty simple. Arrow keys on the keyboard for movement. enter to press a button to confirm something or whatever, and then escape to cancel or get out of it, get out of something, or open up the menu. You can use a controller too if you hook up a controller, but I don't really like using controllers, but some people swear by them. You can also use WASD on my game as well at the same. So I made it so WASD works like it does in a shooter. Yeah, the mouse works, but it's the worst way to do it. The mouse isn't as good. And I don't know what's up, but like if you click on some like parts of the map that you can't walk on with the mouse, it like does like a jitter thing, and I don't know why, but there's so many little threads, and it's hard to tell. The political map of this region is almost unrecognizable. What the hell happened? Yeah, I don't use X and Z for anything, as far as I can tell. It's just arrows, enter, escape. I mean, there's literally only 6 buttons, and 4 of them are direction. Yeah, I just use the keyboard. Put them through. Looks like you've been through quite a fight, more than you know. We will do as you ask. Do you think we can trust these guys, Captain? I don't know. And then they escort you to their little station. Yeah, because the arrows are really close to the enter key, so I just use the arrows, and then my index finger just barely goes to enter, and that's basically the entire controls, other than escape, which gets you into the menu, and also it acts as the cancel button. Okay, so now we're at the next part. And this part, the storyline parts are what I focused on most, so it's mostly solid already, but coming up next, the next part I'm going to have to do is make the station, Nexus station, more alive, meaning like more NPCs, more little random things, because it's empty right now. Captain Carol Everson, I presume. Yes, that's right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Commodore Duke Wellington, Commander of the Novus 3rd Fleet. I'm also Chief Administrator of Nexus Station. Pleased to meet you, Commodore. Lieutenant Archer was just catching me up on your situation. It looks like you've been through hell and back. I guess you could say that. What's this Earth Systems Alliance? They're an alliance in name only. In reality, they're a brutal empire. We've been fighting them for years. I'm surprised you haven't heard of them. We're not exactly from here. Then where are you from? How did you get here? If we're going to be offering protection, we'll need to know. It's a long story. It's classified. Captain, the Terran Republic no longer exists. There's no reason to keep it secret at this point. The crew deserves to know the truth. Okay, you're right, Magnus. You win. Come over here. Well, escape is just built in. It's just built in. I don't know what other key you would use for escape, like the equivalent of escape with the arrows. Whatever. It all started about 30 years ago. Computer access all historical records of the slipstream game. Affirmative. What do you think it is, sir? That's what we're here to find out. The scans indicate the structure is over 100,000 years old. Now I can already tell, I already know what's going to happen. The camera is not going to work properly in the next scene. So I'm going to fix it before I go to the next scene. Space still requires you to use a second hand. And space also acts as the enter key too. You could do WASD, space, and escape. That would be able to be done with one hand. But I don't mind the second hand. I don't even like use escape that often other than going to the menu. What is this? Scan the inscription, translate it, scan the crystals. Hell, scan everything. Yes, sir. I've got a rough translation. What does it say? It reads, the current order of the fifth era has been achieved through an eternal balance between the darkness and the light. Order? What order? Fifth era? Crystals appear to be vibrating at different frequencies, 550 terahertz and 750 terahertz respectively, and detecting temporal distortions from both of the crystals. Temporal distortions? That's above my pay grade. We need to get the crystals back to headquarters for further study. These MatCon transponders should do the trick. Activate. So basically they're just like dumb soldiers, or like meathead type guys that are just like, well, this is above my pay. I know these are 100,000 years old and that it's some kind of weird technology, but we need to take it back. And like, of course, that's what leads to all this. Kern, really? That's Snake. Oh, and Kern has been done now. Somebody made, the artist I have made Kern, so I might have to change his facial expressions to make sense in this scene. You know of him? Yes, he's the bane of our existence. I'll explain later. Please continue. I need to see this. Okay. So there's Kern. Wait, before he's an android. He's like he's like just kind of like a mad scientist vibe. We've done successful trials on volunteers with devices indeed allow for teleportation through space and time. The power requirements are immense. So far we've only been successful in going forward or backward a few years. Eventually Kern was able to replicate the technology. It was a game changer. Today's the day. We finally get to initiate the experiment. If this works, we will be able to duplicate the functionality of the devices. Begin the procedure. Yes, Subdirector. Excellent. So I need to make his facial expressions a little different. We've done successful trials on volunteers. He just needs to have like a neutral expression here. As they refined the technology over the coming years, it was adapted for use in starships. That's when I became involved. The ship is classified as a light cruiser, the Dauntless. It's one of 2 prototypes. The other ship, the Raven, is classified as a heavy cruiser. Captain Carol Everson, you are hereby reassigned to the Dauntless. Congratulations, Captain. She's a fine ship. Our first mission was to go forward 10 years using the slipstream gate, reconnaissance. What did you find? Nothing good. To our shock and dismay, we discovered the Earth had been rendered uninhabitable from an attack. The previously unknown alien race known as the Calterans. Shortly after we returned, the heavy cruiser, the Raven, was sent back using the slipstream gate. They were ordered to bombard the Calteran homeworld to prevent Earth's destruction. This is the moment everything changed. We suddenly found ourselves in a reality that was not our own. Something had gone horribly wrong. The crystal must have shielded us from the changes. We've been on the run ever since. Astonishing. Our world, has it all been one big lie? Have we all been used as pawns in some unfair game? Yes, they have been used as pawns in an unfair game called Starship. I'm just kidding. This has given me a lot to think about. I will need to discuss the situation with my superiors. It will be difficult for them to believe this. Don't worry, you're safe in the meantime. Please feel free to explore Nexus Station while we begin repairs on your ship. When you're done touring the station, I'll be in my office. I'll meet you there. Commodore. Yes, what is it? You said you were going to tell us how you know about the scientist, Kern. He's Chief Director Kern, Chairman of the Virtual Corporate Council, which also means he's the head of state of the ESA government. He's no longer human. After a botched assassination attempt, he was fatally injured. His consciousness was downloaded into an android body a few years ago. As they always say with the procedure, part of the original mind is always lost in the transfer. Kern is head of state of this alliance? What are the chances? Kern was directly in charge of the Slipstream Gate program. He must be the one that caused all of this to unravel. But why? What are his motives? What happened to the Raven? I don't know. Maybe there's something more to these crystals than we thought. Maybe we're playing with something we don't fully understand. Maybe we don't understand, but Kern certainly does. May I accompany you to this station? We need to find out as much about this world as we can if we hope to survive. Yes, of course, Lieutenant. Alright, let's go. Okay, so now we're going to be doing some development, some actual development here. Because the station is empty right now. Like right now, it's like a wonderful station with nobody in it. So we gotta like make some people here like doing stuff. And then they'll kind of fill in the world a little bit if you care to talk to him. So, yeah, I know. The crystal thing, it's actually like an RPG like common trope of using like a crystal of some kind. The magical crystals kept peace in the world until they were shattered by evil, you know. But I'm making the crystal just a like an ancient piece of technology that is crystalline in its like pattern. But yeah, it's supposed to be like a piece of technology that's like really old, and you don't really know who made it. And I don't even know who made it. I don't know. Like, it's not like I have a master plan about these crystals. I can use them for a plot device. So eventually I will find out as well what the crystals are and who made them and why and what happened to them. It'll just be a fuel for the story. But at this time, I don't know. I don't plan anything out. I just wing it and come up with... I would call my storytelling style, come up with something cool that happens, and then, oh man, that doesn't make sense. It actually is a plot hole. It contradicts something I've already said, and then I have to come up with excuses for why it makes sense, and the excuses are the story. That's the plot. The excuse for why a thing happens that you just dump it on there and it happened, and then it doesn't make sense, and you have to make it make sense. And those are the excuses, which end up being the plot. Now we're going to go to the station and just start filling it in with NPCs. We got to make it feel more alive. And we got little shops here that aren't filled yet. We got to do those too. This is mostly a military station, but I think civilians will be here too. Yeah, the music is very important. In a lot of modern games, you'll notice that they don't focus on the music very much. That was one of the things that made because the 90s, it has been called by multiple people the golden era of RPGs, and there's a reason why. It's not just nostalgia. There's a certain style to it, and it has to do with the pixel art look. But in addition to that, it's the music. The music at the time was when you had Super Nintendo and Nintendo and even PlayStation, there wasn't enough space. You couldn't. Those cartridges only had like 5 megabytes or something, like really small amount of space. So the music had to be limited in a way. You couldn't do the full orchestra recording type thing. So it ended up being very similar to electronic music, like if you were making techno or something, but like even more limited than that. And it has a certain style to it, and they had these like really nice catchy melodies, and like the rhythm and beat is kind of what keeps it going, but then there's melody, which is the sequence of notes that make it a catchy tune that you can remember in your head. And there was a certain style there, and those tracks, all those tracks were very good. And so the music that I try to pick in my game isn't exactly the same as those from the 90s. I would refer to it as a remastered version of that. So the tracks I pick are something I would have heard in one of those games when I was younger. But we have more options now. I can make the game as big as I want. I can make the track more rich or whatever. But I'm trying to keep that style, but a remastered version. So this track, for example, I could imagine this in a game, in an RPG. Like you're walking on. I use this one for a world map. So you're walking around on a world map, like a little dinky versions of your characters walking on a map. I also have a technique, and I don't know if you guys know about this, but I have a technique that you can take old MIDI tracks and make them sound more complex. Because MIDIs were a way to make music back in the day where it's not a recording like an MP3 file. It is just notes that you put through an interpreter, and those notes form the track. And so, for example, if I was to play a MIDI, like let's play a MIDI file. They're very old. They're very small though. They only a couple KB in size, and they're just musical notes that an interpreter plays. Let me go to. Sorry, I have my older games here. Fuck. After a while, you have so much. I have so many files that I'm just like. That I lose shit. Okay. Dustbin. Yeah. So if I go to my music files on my old project that I was making, you'll see the MP3 files, but you'll see MIDI files. And so MIDI files are very small, like 62 KB, but this isn't a recording. This isn't a recording. This is literally the application has instruments in it. You provide the notes and what instruments are playing, and then the app plays it. And so if you open this MIDI file in a different program, it'll sound different. It'll be the same notes, it'll be the same instruments, but the program itself interprets how it's going to sound. So what I'm saying though is I have a technique for because you can hear it. It sounds more simplified, like the '90s with those types of tracks. But the technique is that let me see. Yeah. So. Is that no? That's not it. No. Okay. So check this out. So back in the day when I was in RPG Maker 2000 days, this website was very popular. Video Game Music Archive, and it's all, you can find music from almost any game, and but it's all MIDI files. It's not MP3s. It's MIDI. So those are just the notes, so to speak. So for example, if I go to this other game, there's a track. Where is it? There's a track called. Damn it. Where is it? This should be called T-Max. T-Max. Okay. Maybe if I go to this, because I know that it came from here. Go to okay, so anyway though, you can take these MIDIs and there's websites, right, that can do MIDI to MP3 converter, and just like how individual applications play the MIDIs differently, so do these online converters, and they let you pick like what instrument you want or what interpreter you want to do it. So I made this track as a remix. called T-Max. So this is from a game called Tetris Max, which is a Tetris game that was on the Mac. And so this is the one that I made. This is the remix that I made. And it was from a MIDI file, but what I did was I took the MIDI file and ran it through like 4 separate converters, downloaded the 4 separate MP3 files, and then put them in the same, layered them on top of each other. So it ended up being where the same music or the same instruments are playing, but different versions of that instrument at the exact same time. So it sounds more rich, as if it's an actual piece of music instead of just a MIDI file. But you can hear it. I also got permission from the original artist, so I emailed him and said, "Hey, could I use this in my game?" And he said, "Yeah, no problem." But just give it a minute, and then I'll show you the original. So this is my remix of it. Let's look at the original. So then let's listen to the original. I took the original MIDI and just and ran it through multiple converters, right? So here's the original. And it's the same track. I just took the MIDI and changed it and ran it through. The technique is you just run it through 4 or 5 separate converters and take those resultant MP3 files and put them in the same project and layer them directly on top of each other. It's a very simple technique. But you can tell it's the same song. But yeah, so just a little thing there. Okay, so let me start filling in this little world here. I need something I can... And I can just kind of zone... Because I have to do something I can zone out on a little bit while I'm making these characters. Yeah, the software is free to do that. For the converter though, I use an online converter, so I would just go to Google and type in MIDI to MP3 converter. Convert your MIDI files online, free. And like a lot of them look like little chintzy websites and stuff. And I use that to download the MP3 files. And then once you download those files, you can use another program, any video editing software, and output it as an audio file, or you can use Audacity, which is free and open source. And yeah, so if you want to mess with audio tracks and fuck around with them, that's what you would use. And I use Audacity for when I need to make tracks looping. So sometimes you download a track for your game, but you need to make it so it infinitely loops. So there's not like an awkward pause. Also, is the stream going okay? I'm getting a message from YouTube saying that that it's not able to maintain smooth streaming. Does it sound okay? Okay, yeah, it must just be a bug then on YouTube's end. Yeah, because right now what we're doing is we're just making the station come alive a little bit more. Like, it just has to feel like a believable station that you would go to, and there's people doing their thing there. But yeah, all the tracks, I mean, that I've picked remind me of the old school RPGs, but like a remastered version. And there's a few artists that are my favorites on this. The Deceased Superior Technician is #1 out of all of them. For some reason, this guy, like, I don't know what's up, but he made all these amazing tracks, and he just disappeared in 2016. He used to have a website called No Soap Radio, which had like a way to play the tracks, and I found the tracks in 2016 or 2015. And then his website went away. There was a Facebook site that opened up instead, and there hasn't been a post since 2016. And he just has 692 tracks, 31 hours of music. None of it's copyrighted. All of it is please use in your game. I don't care. So like maybe like the name makes sense because maybe he died. Like maybe the dude died because it all stopped in 2016 and it just was done in 2016. So I just downloaded all these tracks, went through them, and there's some serious gold here, and it's all free to use. And I don't know why nobody's used it sooner because it's like such good music. I don't know. Yes, that is Deceased Superior Technician's Facebook page. If you go to facebook.com/freegamemusic, but his website used to be called nosoapradio.us, and it used to be its own website, but if you try to go to nosoapradio.us now, it takes you to this Facebook page. Royalty-free Creative Commons music for use in games or videos. Over 14 hours of music loops, techno, classical, ambient, trance, metal. 500 tracks, all completely free. And sure enough, when I upload them to YouTube or whatever, none of them get copyright strikes or anything. So like, it's the real deal. But like, this is the type of shit that is cool. Like I love when artists do this, and that's what I try to do with my art too. I hate it. I hate the copyright shit. I hate when people are like, "This is mine. Don't touch it. Don't use it. It's mine. Only for me." I mean, think about how much that holds the artist back. Think about how much it holds you back. That you make a piece of art and you wall it, and you build a wall around it, and you say that nobody can use it. I mean, you basically ensure your own irrelevancy. The only people that benefit from the way that it works now with hardcore copyright is big companies. Like if you have a big franchise like Star Trek or something, or Star Wars, or any other, Lord of the Rings, any other franchise, that Pokemon, that somebody would want to use in some way. Or if somebody wanted to use like a Beatles track in their documentary, it only benefits big companies. And in fact, like, think about if you're an artist and you have your music, right? And everything is in copyright hell. Well, after a couple decades, your music will disappear. It'll be insured to disappear. But if you allowed people to use your art and your music in their stuff, then it'll last forever because it'll be allowed to continue without somebody stopping it or deleting it because it's not authorized or whatever. Yeah, yes, sure, maybe there's the chance that you won't be able to make money on it in the short term, but in the long term, what's more important? That your music survives, or that you made a couple $100 right now? Just think about it. So for example, with my game, I'm making a unique game, okay? So nobody can steal my graphics and make a better game than me in a short period of time with my graphics. So I don't care if somebody uses my graphics. They can download my game and look in the image folder and take whatever they want. I don't care. Because it's going to take them time to even make something. and I can just make some more. I can make something new and change it. But then what happens later? What happens after 5 years go by? Somebody else makes a game. It's cool. Whoa, where did you get those graphics? They look cool. Oh yeah. The graphics come from a game called Starshift. The original guy doesn't care, and blah blah blah. And then that means that it'll last longer. It'll be where later the graphics will pop up in something, and it'll lead back to my game, and then the game will have multiple threads will lead to my game. But if I get all proprietary over it and this is just mine, then shit disappears after a couple years. So I didn't mean to get as philosophical as I am right now on this stream, but it's important. I think that people don't think carefully enough about the copyright thing, and whether how art can lead to further art and progress. You can like somebody could take my graphics and make them better and change them, but when you hold it all back, it actually prevents more art from happening. Yeah, an Apple computer, they do shit like they patent rounded corners. Oh, let's claim the legal right to have rounded corners, and nobody else can have rounded corners on their phone. It's just pathetic, really. It's just like, it's totally pathetic. Like, I really feel like I feel sorry for them, how pathetic it is, and they have so much money, but they're so useless. Yeah, I totally feel strongly about that you should always credit the original artist if they care about that, and that if you found something, don't just say that you invented it when somebody else made it. That's crap. But like, let's be realistic. Like, all art is based on previous art. Like, so for example, I mean, I'm making a sci-fi game, but it's not like everything I have in my game is unique. I mean, there's been so many sci-fis, and a lot of times I'm kind of just going off of something I've seen before and changing it. And that's what everybody does. Even like people that are very well-known and respected artists, they do the same thing. All of their art was based on ideas that they learned from other artists. And that's okay. Like, no, it's a myth that people just invent. Even inventors that invent new technologies and devices, if all the previous inventions weren't made before they started, then they would have never invented anything. So for example, you might be able to invent a smartphone, but if somebody didn't previously invent a computer, then there would be no smartphone. You could have the same guy, but in an alternate reality where a computer was never invented, and that same guy that invented a smartphone wouldn't be able to invent a computer, or wouldn't be able to invent it without the computer being there first, invented by somebody else. And that's how art is. It's exactly the same. Like, so for example, you can't have you can't have digital art though if you don't have a program that makes digital art. So like if you had somebody had to invent a Photoshop or something like a Photoshop before you could make your art in Photoshop. So everybody is working off of the backs of who came before them. You know, in many ways. Like anything you do in your life is boosted up as a foundation from everybody that came before you. Well, Kiyasu, you might not believe in legal stuff, but legal stuff is a reality, and it is there, whether you want to deal with it or not. I typically try to avoid legal stuff altogether. Like if you end up in court, you've already lost. And this is something that I've had to deal with for in another area when we're doing homes now, like because we do two tiny home villages. We house around 50 people, but to get gains, you don't use the legal system. It doesn't work. It's much easier to use the media system, such as spreading the word, influencing public opinion, puts pressure, and then those who are in charge of stuff can make things happen because they're pressured to do so. But if you try to say that's wrong, we're going to go to court and we're gonna take them down, you'll lose every time, or it'll get dragged out for like 10 years and then nothing will happen. Yeah, politics sucks. It's useless, really. It's like the two parties. It's just they're useless. There's nothing's gonna change with them, but people still believe in them. M001. Let's see. Let me just make a quick edit to it. The green-haired lady is nobody. She's really just like an unimportant NPC. Because like what we're doing right now is we're just making the station feel alive. But not everybody that lives at the station is important. It's just like if you went on a space station, there'd be people living their lives, eating sushi, you know, that kind of thing. And so I can't just have an empty station. You gotta have people doing stuff, and then, you know, you can go from there. Alright, cool. That's a really nice, quick and dirty edit. No, you can interact with them, but it's just that they won't be like a part of the main story. It'll be like filling in little details, just like this. You're from that ship? Where did it come from? I don't recognize the uniform. It's a Terran Republic uniform. Never heard of it. So if the player doesn't know the difference between the factions and stuff, you can kind of fill in little details. Like, so the statue is the same thing. Like if you go up to the statue, and you know, it says on the inscription, this monument is in honor of Theo Espinosa, the first president of the Novus Federation. So it's kind of like you can fill in details, but like optional details, and it makes the world feel bigger than it really is, because it's really a small world if you think about it. In an RPG, I mean, the station only has like 6 rooms and some toilets and stuff, and it's really not a big world. It's very small, but how do you make it feel big? It's all those little details. Yeah, if you're in a maze, most of them are dead ends. In fact, it's one of the hardest things to do is to actually make it not linear. Most RPGs, especially JRPGs, are linear most of the time. It might be a good story, it might be cool, but everybody played the same story, did the same things. It's almost like you're playing a movie or a TV show, and you're the character in the show, but the character always has to do the same thing. It'd be like if you were the actor and the director told you what you're going to be doing next. And the trick is to figure out how to make it not linear. But then, that's JRPGs. That's their problem. But the Western RPGs, as in RPGs made in the United States or Europe or whatever, they have the opposite problem, which is that they are not linear at all, but also meaningless. So, for example, if you play like a nice RPG that's been built in the West, that you'll like a Fallout, like an Elder Scrolls Skyrim thing. You can do anything you want in those games. You can go in any direction. You can encounter any quest, but it usually isn't like important. You're just like somebody that's there encountering lots of stuff. It's not like the world's like that you're saving the world or anything like an epic storyline, but you can do anything you want. But what you're doing typically is killing monsters, getting money, stuff that doesn't matter, really. Whereas in the JRPGs, it's the opposite problem, where the story might be really cool, it might be like very important, but everybody played the same story in the same way, and there's no room for deviation. So I'm kind of trying to go for something a little in between. A little bit in between. And there are exceptions. There's been games from both that are exceptions to that rule, but it's a general trend I've noticed. And then the next thing we got to do after this is, right now I'm trying to fill this with NPCs, but after we fill the station with NPCs, the next thing we're going to have to do is, I think I want to create an army battle when you land on the planet, when you land on Raxion, an actual army battle with the troops, which I kind of skipped past when I was building before, but I think we can do that. So the thing with the NPCs that's cool is you can fill in lore details. So maybe this President Espinosa guy, who's president of this federation, maybe the captain knows of him too, but he was different in her reality. He was like a war hero, but he didn't form a federation. He, was something else. But you could see that the same person did different things. pick something a little bit more cheerful. I don't know if I'd call this cheerful, but maybe it would work. Yeah, let's just go into a trance and get shit done. That's what this track's all about. Make a quick edit for this guy. Damn, it's not gonna work. Okay, I'm just gonna do very quick technique. We'll do the color mode. Just do a quick rundown. Yeah, a lot of these faces are from VXAs, but not the actual generator in that though, because the faces in VXAs are actually like mugshot style, where it's like directly looking at the front of the character. These are probably more like from RPG Maker XP, but I like them better. I think they look better than the newer ones. Like, I think this looks better than the MV or MZ faces. Yeah, the VXA spaces are so funny though. Like straight mugshot. Like if you looked at the character dead in front of, like if you were looking into the camera. I don't like that style. I like when it's a profile, kind of like where you're at a diagonal angle to their face. So see, I made him with like bags under his eyes, and he just is like, the newer drugs have no side effects, if you say so. Yeah, I like MV more, but I used VX at first. I actually used RPG Maker 2003 for the longest time. But MV has lag issues. Like if for some reason there's something wrong with it, where if you don't do things just right, it'll lag, and I don't know why. I have no idea why it's so unoptimized that a 2D game lags so badly if you're not careful. It's weird. Let's see here. Let's go with something else. My favorite, toast and corn dogs with spaghetti and meatballs. us see. Let's see. There's not a lot of faces with men with pink hair, so I'll have to go with somebody else. Well, a Fangor is some creature, and when you go to a certain planet in the main game, you encounter them, and They're basically really gross, and they just scream, and they have like they kind of have like the predator jaws, where it's like 3 jaws, like what, like 2 from the side and 1 from underneath, and but then they have like they kind of look like a little dinosaur. And you can get Fangor stew. You can get, like, when you fight them in battle, you'll get like a Fangor steak, and then you can like turn it into a stew if you want. Yeah, because you know it's a sci-fi. There's all kinds of alien planets. You gotta have like weird shit that doesn't make sense from an Earth perspective. That would be part of their culture, you know. What does this person say? Fuck. Federation makes gains every day. We're here to stay. The ESA can suck a lemon. Okay, let's see how it feels so far. It's still too empty, but let's see if it feels a little bit less empty. Let's see. The one thing that is a little bit odd, though, is how they sit in the chairs. Oh, yeah. We can't have that. Let's see if that works. I bet that it won't. It'll have a problem though, where I'll go under her feet if I walk by her. problem. The problem that I have with this shit sometimes is like the like with the couches and stuff, it's like you want to make it so a character's sitting in the couch, but if you don't make the couch exactly the right height, you'll either not be able to walk behind the couch or their head shows up underneath the couch. So okay, Kelvik Station, 180. Like that, then what will happen instead, which is a different problem, is I won't be able to walk behind the couch like I want. I don't really know what the pixel ratio is. It's just a matter of like, when you have a tile set, you have to do colliding, where you make it so that your character can't walk on certain tiles. And so this is also wrong. I'm supposed to be able to walk behind the tree like this. But normally I can't. But I can fix it. But the chairs that people are sitting in, that's tougher. That's a little tougher. Oh. Here's what's wrong. Above character. There we go. Now if I go to the couch, it looks normal and everything, but like I can't walk past this point, which is a little awkward. And if I'm here, I should be able to walk behind the couch. But if I make it so I can walk behind the couch, then her face shows up like underneath the back of the couch. Even though if you look at where she's sitting in the couch, it's where she should be sitting. So it's kind of, I run into that challenge sometimes. How do we solve this? It is RPG Maker MV. There's a section where you put X's and O's or stars. A star means you can go, or that the object is above you, so you'll go underneath it. If it's an X, it means you can't go on it, and if it's an O, it means you can walk all over it. So yeah, it does that sometimes. YouTube does say that people aren't there when they are and stuff. It usually goes down and then goes right back up again after a minute or two. But okay, here's how I think I'm gonna solve it. It's not the best, but I think it'll kind of work. We will make it so that the couch is normal and you can walk behind it. We'll make it so that she is above the couch and above you, but we'll make it so that you can't walk to this center part square. That it's just a little too awkward to walk behind the table there, so we'll make it the same level as the character. And then we'll make it so that whatever she says happens when you touch the square that you aren't allowed to walk on. So the stools look like they're a little bit too tall and a little bit too wide, where it doesn't look like they're sitting in them. So I'm gonna try to do a little bit of quick edits to it. 48 by 48 squares. Take it easy. Have a great day. Let's see. Just trying to make the stools look somewhat okay. That's fine. I think it's good enough now. Although I want to get these to be a little different. Hey, Puru, what's up? Good to see ya. Oh yeah, Puru's making a cool game. He's making a post-apocalyptic one. Have you come up with a name yet for that one, Puru? Because it's called Project Apocalypse, but I'm guessing that's not the real name of the game. Yeah, it's because the Discord window doesn't show up because I have 3 monitors. And I have stuff on my second monitor, like just like the chat where I'm able to see what you guys are saying. I have that on the second monitor. I'm just drinking Dr. Pepper. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but soda is the exception. Yeah, it's interesting because Dr. Pepper's everywhere here. It's just all the American sodas are just like pretty much anywhere that sells anything, it's there. Even like if you're at like the hardware store or something, like it's just everywhere. Hey, Sans Sarsaparilla. That's funny. Yeah, he is Puru 32. trying to make this room a little bit more lively. It's supposed to be like a newsroom of some kind, so I'm trying to think of a quick and easy way to just add a little bit to it, because it looks a little plain. I think sometimes URLs don't show up in the YouTube chat, because I don't see any URL in the chat here. They really should have a setting though that to like let you do it, because I would be cool if people posted URLs in the chat, but it's not up to me. I know, but on the one where you do link it, it makes you think that it's in the chat, but it's not. YouTube tricks you. Yeah, I've also noticed that if I try to post a URL, in even like the normal comment section on YouTube of a, like, not a live video, but like in a normal video, it'll show that it's there. But if I go under a different account and look at the video, the comment's just not there at all. So, yeah. It'd be nice if they let you know, though. Oh, you can't post URLs. Oh, okay. But they want to make you feel like you're doing something when you're not. it's recent or not. It's just something I've noticed. Thanks. I love my music. Sure that this part isn't broken. I feel like this track is just perfect for like a news channel, like you're watching the news. I already got Zedric's kind of filled out. I need to fill these with something. I'm thinking maybe have people walking around in here. Oh, damn it. The toilet works. I knew there was something off about that nacho chili platter. Oh no, that's not what was supposed to happen. Okay, let's just have him sitting on the seat. It'll just be more awkward that way. Yeah, it's a funny way for me to make it so that you can see the parallax background without having to walk to the top or the edge of the map. For me, I've just been kind of in the zone, trying to make the station feel more alive. I've been getting there. Made the promenade look fancier. Huru, there was a message that you sent that says message retracted. I think that's what he's asking about, or she. Sec, I'm looking for my phone. here the whole time. Just a little bit further up on the desk. Of course, whenever I don't look at it briefly for, like, if I'm just like, oh, I forgot about my phone for an hour, it's always like somebody emergency called me. So I just have to figure out what's up. I really hate the phone though. Like, it stresses me out quite a bit. The phone. One sec, just answering my 5 calls that I missed. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I prefer text or face-to-face. Phone calls suck though. It's always like an interruption. I'm in the middle of something that I'm trying to do and then somebody's like bugging me. And I never call anybody, like I never hit anybody up for anything. It's always the other way. Yeah, it's the same for me too, with the phone. What was that about? At the last minute it said something was missing. Like a file was missing. Let's see. Jeez. People, stop. God. Sorry, I'm getting another phone. Alright guys, there's a matter I have to attend to now because the power is out at one of the villages. So I gotta go. I tried. And yeah, after like the 5th or 6th phone call, I'm just really out of the mood to work on my game now. Hopefully later today. Anyway, I will see you guys later. Alright, bye.